Ya, Pak. Assalamualaikum. Halo, Pak Farhan. Assalamualaikum,
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Pak
wabarakatuh.
Yanwar. Apa kabar Pak Yanwar?
Alhamdulillah sehat Bapak, terima
Ya,
kasih.
ya lama nggak ketemu Pak. Dulu acara MBKM ya.
Siap, siap, Pak, siap.
Oke, oke. Ibu Isi ya, Prof Isi dari Universitas Negeri Semarang ya.
Iya betul.
Sehat Bu?
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Ini masih suasana Idul Adha Bu.
Iya.
Iya, masih hari Tasyrik yang ketiga ya. Kalau yang lebarannya hari Rabu, ini hari Tasyrik yang terakhir ya. Kalau lebarannya hari Kamis, ini Tasyrik yang kedua. Oke, kami masih menunggu Pak Dekan ya, sambil ngobrol-ngobrol ini dengan Pak Yanwar, dengan Bu Prof Isi ini ya. Pak Dekannya masih menuju ke ruangan ini. Ini hari ini kita webinar ya, menghadirkan Bapak dan Ibu. Ya ini dan temanya ini ya, ini tentang prospek bahasa Inggris ke depan ini Pak. Prospek bahasa Inggris ke depan, karena kita mungkin kan agak resah ini ya, kehadiran AI itu kan, AI bakalnya menggantikan apa itu bahasa Inggris gitu kan, penterjemah nanti bakal digantikan oleh AI dan segala macamnya, sehingga kita pada pagi hari ini mengangkat tema ini. Dan saya yakin Pak Yanwar ini dan Bu Isi ya sudah mempersiapkan dan sudah apa itu ya sudah berpengalaman ya di bidangnya masing-masing. Di UM Metro ini ada alumni dari Universitas Negeri Semarang juga ini, Pak Saifuddin ya. Ada alumni Bu Isi. Ini ada alumni mungkin dulu mahasiswa terbaik.
Betul dulu mahasiswa saya.
Ya, ini dulu mahasiswa Universitas Negeri Semarang dan alhamdulillah sekarang ini beliau Pak Saifuddin itu menjabat sebagai wakil dekan 3 FKIP. Nah, ya, itu suatu kebanggaan ya selaku alumni dari Universitas Negeri Semarang. Tahun berapa itu Pak Saifuddin? Iya, 2001 ya. Dulu S1 ya. Dulu S1-nya ya, S1. Universitas Negeri Semarang. Masuk 2001, lulus tahun 2004 tahun 4 tahun mungkin ya. 4 tahun 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 4 tah
Saya menguji skripsi kalau nggak salah dulu. Menguji skripsi beliau.
Skripsi ya. Oh, penguji skripsi Bu ya. Kita mulai sambil reoni lah ini ya. Ya. Sambil reoni dengan mahasiswanya udah menjadi pejabat. Mohon ditunggu sejenak ya Bapak Ibu. Ini sambil menunggu Pak Dekan kita masih menuju ruangan ini. Ya. Ini pesertanya ya campuran ini Pak. Ada yang mahasiswa, ada yang guru, ada yang umum, tapi kebanyakan ya mahasiswa. Oke, selamat datang Pak Dekan. Langsung Pak. Posisi sini. Sini aja. Oke, Bapak Ibu, ini acara akan kita mulai ya. Bapak Dekan FKIP sudah berada di tengah-tengah kita. Silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His bless and mercy. We can attend this national webinar entitled The Future of English as a Global Language of Communication, Trends and Challenges. Secondly, let us send salawat to our Prophet Muhammad, who had brought us to the path of light and left the darkness in this life. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all the participants of the webinar today, and I would like to send the warmest welcome to our honorable keynote speakers, Mr. Yanuar Dwi Prastyo, SPDI, MA PhD from Bandar Lampung University, and Professor Dr. Isi Yuliasri, MPD from UNES. Welcome to the webinar of English Education Department. The distinguished rector of Muhammadiyah University of Metro, Dr. Nyoto Suseno, MSE, the Honorable Dean of Education and Teacher Training Faculty, Dr. Arif Rahman Atibi, MPDSE, the Honorable Head of English Education Department, Mr. Amiruddin Latif, MPD, also the lecturers and all the staffs of English Study Program. We are grateful and thankful for the presence and the valuable contributions for everyone in today's webinar. I am Inggita Rantialolita, acting as the Master of Ceremony, will guide this opening ceremony of this webinar as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this ceremony together by saying Basmalah. Reciting of the Holy Quran. Now is the agenda of reciting the Holy Quran by Aldi Firmansyah, For Aldi Firmansyah, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض، له الحمد في الآخرة وهو الحكيم الخبير. يعلم يرج منها ينزل من السماء فيها وهو الرحيم الغفور. وقال الكفار تأتينا الساعة قل بلى وربي لتأتينكم عالم الغيب لا يحسب عنه مثقال في الأرض ولا أصغر من ذلك ولا أكبر إلا في كتاب مبين. صدق الله العظيم. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Brother Aldi Firmansyah. Singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and Mars Muhammadiyah Sang Surya. Ladies and gentlemen, please to stand up. Thank you. Please take your seats back. A report speech from the Chief of Webinar Committee by Mr. Refai MPD. For Mr. Refai, please proceed to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah. Wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala nabiyyina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Our distinguished keynote speakers, Profesor Dr. Isi Yuliasri, MPD from Universitas Negeri Semarang, Bapak Yanuar Dwi Prastyo, MPD PhD from Universitas Bandar Lampung, our distinguished guests, and lecturers, and all of my students. It is my honor to stand before you today as the chief committee of this seminar that we have embarked on a journey of exploration and analysis, delving into the intricacies of English as a worldwide phenomenon and the complex challenge it presents. Throughout this seminar, we have extensively examined the evolving nature of English, acknowledging its position as a dynamic and ever-changing language. And as we know from the impact of technology, social media, to the influence of popular culture, we have explored how this trend shaped the way English is learned, English is taught, and used in our interconnected world. The insight gained from this discussion will undoubtedly inform our teaching practices and equip us with the tool to adapt to the evolving linguistic landscape. And throughout this seminar, we also hope that we will witness the power of collaboration, the power of strength of our collective effort. The presentation, workshop, and panel discussion have provided us with a wealth of ideas, strategies, and best practice to enhance English language teaching methodologies. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the presenters, moderators, and participants. And let me tell you, today we have two distinguished keynote speakers, 19 presenters who will participate to this national seminar today. And finally, we hope that this seminar will give a lot of contribution to the development of our English study program, to enhance our capacity, especially as the learners of English. Thank you, and I wish you all continued success in your endeavor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Repai, for the speech and the very warm welcome. The addressing speech from the Dean of Education and Teacher Training Faculty to open this national webinar as well. The opening remark by the Dean of Education and Teacher Training Faculty, Dr. Arif Rahman Atibi, MPDSI. For Dr. Arif Rahman Atibi, MPDSI, please proceed to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min sururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina may yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa ma yudlilhu fala hadiyalah. Asyhadu Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you today as to explore and understand the development of the English language as a global means of communication. Some times ago, in an event on the Conversation Podcast channel, an English teacher explained the importance of English as a means of global communication. As a worldwide language, English has connected cultures, nations, and individuals across the globe. However, in this rapidly evolving era, there are new trends and challenges that we must face in order to maintain the sustainability and relevance of English as a global language. New trends such as technological advancement, shift in economic power, and social change have influenced how English is used and understood in this digital age. This seminar will provide us with the opportunity to listen to the perspective and insights of experts in the field, as well as share our own experience and understanding of the role of English in the future as a global language. I hope that through the discussion and collaborations that take place in this seminar, we can gain a deeper understanding of the trend and challenges faced in the development of English as a global language and find innovative solutions to ensure its sustainability and relevance. Without further ado, let us commence this seminar with an open mind and a willingness to learn, share the future of English as a language that entices us all. Thank you for your attention and participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for ordaining Dr. Arif Rahman Atibi, MPDSI, for opening this event. Now, the National Webinar of English Education Department, The Future of English as a Global Language of Communication, Trends and Challenges is officially open. Documentation session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the closing session of the ceremony, but before we move to the next presentation session, I would like to request to everyone here in the Zoom meeting to turn on your camera, and our committee will capture screen as our documentation. So please, for everyone to turn your camera.
Yang di Zoom dulu. Oh, Zoom dulu. Oh, yang di Zoom dulu. Yang di Zoom dulu. Oh iya, iya. Oh iya, iya. Yang di screenshot ya. Oh,
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here come to us the end of this ceremony. Let's close this session together by saying Hamdallah. I am as the master of ceremony for this session. I would like to say sorry for the mistaken words. Once again, thank you and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by on the Zoom meeting because the presentation from the keynote speakers will be following after this and will be moderated by Bro Raihan Pambudi.
Sini. Ya. Sini aja. Kita di sini di sana. Ya, kita apa bisa bisa Bapak ya. Aku seperti menemani ketika
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our seminar is about to begin. And for the audience, please turn on your camera so we can see your face clearly. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Respectable, the Chairman of English Department, Mr. Amiruddin Latif, MPD, the Honorable all lecturers of the English Department, and the Honorable all participants of this seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Raihan Pambudi, the moderator of today's seminar. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this seminar. Today's seminar brings a theme about the future of English as a global language of communication, trends, and challenges. There will be two presenters on this seminar. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Isi Yuliasri MPD from Semarang State University, and the second speaker is Mr. Yanwadwi Prastio, SPDI MAEPSD from Bandar Lampung University. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, the third speaker will be invited to present the material. After finish, she may have a break for a while because the second speaker will be invited to present his material. After both of speakers finish, there will be a question and answer session to discuss further about the presentations. Well, our first speaker today is Professor Dr. Isi Yuliasri MPD. Before we continue, I would like to read a curriculum vitae about our first speaker. Professor Dr. Isi Yuliasri MPD, born in Tegal, July 13, 1962. She became a lecturer at the Department of English Language and Literature, Faculty of Languages and Arts, Semarang State University. She has studied Bachelor of English Education at IKIP Semarang and graduated in 1989. She took Master of English Education at Semarang State University and graduated in 1989. She graduated in 2003. She took Doctoral of Linguistics, Concentration of Translation Linguistics in 11 Maret University and graduated in 2011. And participant in the Sandwich or PhD Practicum program at the University of New South Wales in 2009. She is also active in the activities of professional and community organization. Firstly, as a member of IATIS, International Association for Translation and Intercultural Studies, as regional coordinator of Central Java Traveling, the Association for the Teaching of English as a Foreign Language in Indonesia in 2014. As an administrator for the Indonesian Lecturer Forum or PBI in 2015, an administrator for the Indonesian Muslim Lecturers Association or DMI in 2017, as a member of Asia Travel in 2017, as an administrator for the Caring Muslim Community in Semarang in 2018, and also an initiator of the English Village Learning Community in Semarang. Also an administrator for Darul Mutakin Tafiz Quran Islamic Boarding School in Balapulang, Tegal. Now, allow me to welcome the first speaker, Professor Dr. Isi Yuliasri MPD, to deliver her presentation. Professor, time is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to Dr. Arif Rahman Atibi, of the Faculty of Languages at the Universitas Muhammadiyah Metro, and also Bapak Refai MPD, the head of the study program of English education. And I'd also like to express my thanks to the Deputy Dean, Bapak Saifuddin, my former student at UNES, for inviting me to this important addendum, which is the webinar on the future of English as a global language of communication. Well, I will talk about how I look at English as a global language of communication in the future, although not specifically related with the AI. I really hope that Pak Yanuar will cover the content on AI, but I don't mind mentioning about it later on a bit. Now, let me share my screen. Okay, I hope my screen is okay. MC, can you inform me if this screen is all right?
Yes, it's okay,
Okay.
Prof.
Thank you. Well, in this presentation, I will talk about the trends of English as a global language of communication, the challenges, and as well as the implication for English language teaching. Let's see how English is set as or recognized as a global language of communication. In this presentation, I will talk mainly about how English is a global language of communication and how it is important to see the future trends and challenges and the implication for the English language teaching. Let's see. English is the most spoken language in the world, which is the first requirement of a language to be recognized as a global language. So the speakers of this language reach about 1.75 billion, according to Robson, and about 1.5 billion, according to Chua, with 1.45 billion speakers belong to the native speaker groups. So who are the speakers of this language? There are people in the USA, Canada, Britain, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and several Caribbean countries. English is not just an international language. It is called or it is recognized as a global language because we have some international languages, but they are not recognized as a global language for communication because they are mainly spoken by nations who speak their languages in international scene, but not taught in other countries like English. So a language gains status as a global language when it has special role that is recognized in every country in the world. So the prominent characteristic of a global language is that it is the most widely used language in communication and in most places in the world, not only in some nations, but in most places in the world. And English has all those characteristics. So that is why English is said to be the language of global communication. And English accounts for 60% of the world internet content and is the lingua franca of pop culture and the global economy. English as a second language or English as a foreign language, like in Indonesia, is spoken by people in countries as the official language, like in Singapore and Malaysia, as the language of the administration, like the case of Singapore, Malaysia, and others, where English is used as a second language. And English is used as a means of communication in various contexts, such as government, in the law courts, the media, and the educational system. And the countries that belong to this group, which use English as a second language, there are 70 of them, according to Crystal. And there are 250 million people that use English as a second language, according to Schuet. So what about English used as a foreign language? English is used as a foreign language or recognized as a foreign language in more than 100 countries, including China, Russia, Germany, Spain, Egypt, Brazil, and of course, Indonesia. So why should we learn English? Because if we don't learn English, we will not be successful in international business and trade, academic pursuit, cultural and technological contact, and for political convenience, and of course for global communication. Now, let's see the trend of English as a global communication. In the globalization, the dominance of English dominates in various domains. So it is dominant in science and technology, including the scientific publication, in literature, in education, in employment or workforce, and in international communication. The trend is that there is increasing dominance of English in science and technology. For example, all 100 of the world's most influential science journals are published in English. And throughout academia today, even in Europe and Asia, the rule is no longer publish or perish, but rather published in English or perish. That's, I quote from Chua. So if, especially when you are academia, if you don't publish in English, you will perish, because most of the dominant international journals are written in English. So we don't talk about the English-related academia, but also academia of other majors as well. Now let's see the trends in globalization for the dominance of English in literature. With the spread of English as a lingua franca, there is a tendency of an integrated world market to privilege the translation of English fiction and poetry into other languages, and not vice versa, for reading or listening enjoyment. So there is asymmetry between what is translated from English and what are translated into English. So there are much more English literature translated into non-English languages than the other languages translated into English. That shows the dominance of English literature over other literature, which is of course a concern to all of us. Now, another increasing dominance of English is in education. Across Europe, according to Chua, close to 100% of students study English at some point in their education. In Indonesia, for example, we have English as an obligatory subject in junior high school and senior high school, and also we have it as optional subject in primary school. And this also applied to other countries. When I was talking to some teachers from Malaysia in an international seminar in Cambodia, they say that English is taught in high schools every day. And now in Indonesia, we have it only like twice a week, which for me is too little if we want to be, better in English. Now, there is also an increasing dominance of English in employment. English is becoming a core criterion in determining employability or success in career. So in 2012, for example, there is a survey by the Economist Intelligence Unit revealing that nearly 70% of executives said their workshop will need to master English to realize corporate expansion plans. And then a quarter of them said that more than 50% of their total workforce will need English ability. This shows how English is very important in employment, in people's career. There is also an increasing dominance in English in international communication, because English is widely used in various fields around the world, like in politics, economy, trade, culture, diplomacy, tourism, communication, natural science, and academic research of humanities, etc. And more than 60 countries use English as their official language, with 85% of international organizations use English as their common language. 75% of the world's mails are written in English, and 80% of publications and internet information is published in English. Now, because of the globalization of English, there is an emergence of world Englishes and linguistic variations. World Englishes is forms of English that have been developed by non-native speakers, showing the different varieties of English in the multivarious sociolinguistic context. World English, according to Raja Gopalan, belongs to everybody who speaks it. So World English doesn't only belong to the native speakers, but it is nobody's mother tongue. It belongs to everyone. And among the World Englishes are Singlish, Singaporean English, and Manglish, Malaysian English, and also English of people in Fuji and so on. Why not Indonesian English? I think we should have our own variety of English. English as a there is also an emergence of a new phenomenon in the use of English as a medium of instruction, or IMAI. There is a quite significant research on this. The use of English language to teach academic subjects other than English in countries where the first language of the majority of the population is not English. And according to a research, currently the word is seeing a boom in MI as an educational model in universities and also in secondary schools and even primary schools. In Indonesia, we have some universities have international classes, for example. Also at UNES. At UNES, we have international classes. And also in the past, we have the so-called RSBI. Now, what about the challenges facing English as a global language? There, I will focus on only two sub-problems: linguistic problems and cultural problems. Now, with the linguistic problems, we all know that English is not that consistent language in terms of spelling, in terms of grammar. For example, there is irregularities of spelling in the English language, like the sound sh can be spelled in a lot of different ways. For example, it is spelled with SH, like in shoe. It could be in S, like in sugar. It could be double S, like passion. It should be like with T, like ambitious. And then with C, like ocean. And also with CH, like champagne. And also the long E, the long vowel E, can be spelled in a lot of different ways, like in the word me, seat, scene, ceiling, siege, people, key, machine, phoenix, pediatric. Now, there is also irregularities of phonology. For example, of the 26 letters in the alphabet, in the English alphabet, only 5, F, J, Q, V, and X are never silent. The other letters could be silent in different ways. For example, the silent B in the word come, dead, climb, silent C in the word seen, send, science, scissors, the silent K in knife, knock, no, the silent N in dan, heim, column, the silent P in song, psychiatry, psychology, the silent GH in night, through, thought, the silent G in Nash, no, sign, the silent L in palm, salmon, yolk, the silent U in biscuit, building, tongue, the silent W in rack, knowledge, sword, and the silent H in hour, honor, honest, and so on. It's gone, like the vowel sound pool can be written as in go, show, do, so, do, so, dipo. Now, the vowel sound A, not L, A can be written as in hey, stay, make, made, Fred, and so on. And also, Y muscle, YSC is pronounced muscle, while it's pronounced muscular. It SK, the sound. Also, architect, Y with K, architect, while with the word arch, it's not K. So there is an interesting point to highlight this inconsistency between the writing and the sound. So here is the point by Lord Comer, our strange language. When the English tongue we speak, why is break not rhyme with freak? Will you tell me why it's true? We say so, but likewise few. And the maker of a verse cannot rhyme his course with verse. Beard sounds not the same as herd. Court is different from word. Cow is cow, but low is low. Shoe is never rhymed with foe. Think of hose and dose and loose, and think of goose and yet of choose. Think of comb and tune and bum, doll and roll and home and some. And since pay is rhymed with say, why not peg with said? I pray. We have blood and food and good. Mold is not pronounced like could, wherefore done, but gone and low. Is there any reason known? And it's short, it seems to me. Sounds and letters disagree. So this is a point that shows the disagreement between, the spelling and the sound. And there is also linguistic problems like irregularities of morphology in the English language, like the plural system. Plural could be indicated by S endings in some words, like dog, dogs, boy, boys, ray, rays, bus, buses, tax, but then also with ES, bus, buses, tax, taxes, lunch, lunches, but then white child, not childs, child, children, ox, oxen, goose, geese, man, man, teeth, tooth, mouse, mice, wolf, wolves, believes, beliefs. You know, different spelling. Sheep, sheep, serious, serious, deer, deer, criterion, criteria, stadium, stadia, phenomenon, phenomena, radius, ready, lineups, lineups, show off, show offs, brother-in-law, brother-in-laws. But why? Chief of staff, chiefs of staff. Also, the verb system. In English, some direct cognates like drink, drank, drunk, sing, sang, sung, bring, brought, brought. It's confusing even to native speakers. Some native speakers, when they speak, they forgot the, you know, these irregular verbs. And it becomes also a headache for English learners outside the native speakers. Now let's see the challenges that facing English as a global challenge in the field of culture. So culturally, what are the cultural problems that are faced? So according to Johnson, English is not only regarded as a mode of communication, but rather it is also considered as repositories of culture and identity. So English as a second language at some point can lead to loss of cultural identity, because when people learn English as a second language or as a foreign language, they should also inevitably learn the culture that are used in expressing themselves using English. So Philipson even talked about cultural imperialism in the in the teaching of English. So he says that the teaching of English around the world is actually a form of cultural imperialism. So that I think that's a bit extreme. Now let's see another cultural problem. English culture is based on the culture of the English-speaking countries like Britain and USA. So according to Johnson, as one learns the language, he or she is forced to accept the cultures of it. The positive thing about it is that English breaks the communication barriers between people from diverse cultural background, and it creates a new community where people come together and share their cultures and ideas with the broader audience. But the negative thing is that it also acts as a great threat to the development of other cultures. Other cultures might be lost because of the domination of the English culture. Another challenge is unequal access to English or English education. A research done in Vietnam shows the inequality of access to English language education at the primary level between rural and urban areas in Vietnam. And this seems to be similar to the case of Indonesia. In Indonesia, not all primary schools have access to English education. Only some schools which have English teachers available can give English to their children. Now, what are the implications for English language teaching? Before I talk about the implication, I will give you some questions that are proposed by Klein and Sarifian. Because, you know, with the globalization of English, with the use of English as a global language of communication, we then think about the word Englishes. So which English are we supposed to teach? First question is, can non-native varieties be accepted as standard? Non-native lexical examples, sometimes associated with Euro-English, include sympathetic like in the meaning likable. Also, how much grammatical variation is possible? For example, some in Euro-English, they use he's living here for 20 years instead of using the present perfect. So is it acceptable or not? Is it this variation, is it acceptable or not? Because we know there are world Englishes. Number 3, can non-native but intelligible pronunciation be accepted as standard? How intelligible would it need to be accepted as standard? So there are lots of questions with world Englishes as a result of the use of English as a global language of communication. And this should be considered in the teaching of English. How should we teach? Which standard? Should we still tied up to American English and British English? Or should we be open to other Englishes? Now the implication for English language teaching would be the need to shift the focus to communicative competence rather than to grammar, for example. Communicative competence is the ability to use language or to communicate in a culturally appropriate manner in order to make meaning and accomplish social tasks with efficacy and fluency through extended interaction. So this is the ability of our learners to use the language in real life situation appropriately according to the culture, the English speaking culture. Why did I say to the English speaking culture? Because, for example, there are some polite expressions that are very common in Indonesian culture, but it's not acceptable in English culture. For example, when we greet people passing our house, usually in Indonesian, we would say, "Mau kemana?" But we cannot translate this expression into English to greet, to greet other people internationally in English. So we cannot say, "Where are you going?" Because to other people of other nation, this question is information question, and this is intrusive. And people would think, it's none of your business where I'm going to. This is the interference of the first culture, the mother tongue culture, into the target culture, the English communication, which is unacceptable in English-speaking culture. Now, there is also the need to integrate technology in language learning. Because with technology, our learners can interact with people from all over the world. Now let's see. We need students to read, listen to, and view authentic, engaging, and timely materials from the target culture. Students practice interpersonal skills as they interact via video, audio, or text in real time with other speakers of the target language. Students collaborate on presentational tasks with their peers or teacher anytime, anywhere. And during the COVID pandemic, we also recognize that Zoom like this that we are using now, the Zoom meeting is very useful in our learning when we have to learn from distance. Students work at their own pace as they access online content or utilize computer adaptive programs managed by their teacher. Students practice discrete skills with engaging online games and applications. And I see that during the PLPG, a lot of young teachers, they use a lot of applications like quizzes, and other things, yeah, Padlet, to for their in replace of students, traditional students worksheets, which is very good. Students benefit from differentiated instruction where multiple applications can be used to assess students, to assign varied tasks, to track data, to give real-time feedback, and to manage classroom and lesson. That's I quote from SCTFL. And also there is the need for culturally responsive teaching. What is culturally responsive teaching? This is a method of teaching that recognizes the importance of including students' cultural references in the curriculum and in all facets of learning. Using the cultural knowledge, prior experience, frames of reference, and performance styles of diverse students to make learning more relevant to them. So I used to convince all my PLBG students to just use authentic materials, because I got disappointed many times when they got materials from, I don't know which blogs, from the internet, and always there are a lot of, linguistic errors in choice of words, errors in grammar, and that happens all the time. So I always said to my PLBG students, please use authentic materials to minimize mistakes. Because with the materials they got from everywhere, there are always mistakes in grammar or in diction. But now with this idea of, culturally responsive teaching, I think I should also give the chance to my students to also give materials that have the, local cultural content, to balance. But as a teacher educator, I think I need to make sure that the materials, the local culture content materials should be appropriate also in their grammar, in their choice of words. Now, the benefits of this culturally responsive teaching, or we also call it as an inclusive pedagogy, is that it simultaneously develops academic achievement, social consciousness and critique, cultural affirmation, competence and exchange, community building and personal connections, individual self-worth and abilities, and an ethic of caring. And however, there is very little about multicultural experiences in the standardized traditional curriculum. So we'll see how our latest curriculum at school, like Curriculum Merdeka, works with this multicultural experience to the student. So my conclusions: English will still be the most widely used global language of communication, because for the competitors like Mandarin, for example, to be an international or to be the global language of communication, that would be difficult, because a Mandarin is a tonal language and the orthography is difficult, and it is not taught in all countries. I mean, not taught in as a compulsory subject. And learning English is important for international communication, despite the existing linguistic and cultural challenges, including the loss of identity of other culture, which is the local culture of the learners. So ELT should shift the focus to communicative competence, to the practical use of language in communication, and to integrate technology and apply inclusive pedagogy with culturally responsive teaching. So I guess that's all my presentation. Questions will be welcome after the second presentation. Thank you very much. MC, I cannot hear your voice. I think you are still muted.
Mas Raihan, I think Prof. Isi has already finished her presentation.
Check. Is my voice audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we are so sorry because there is some internal problem. And thank you very much for Professor Dr. E.C. Yuliasri MPD for giving us such informative and interesting presentations. Now you may have a break for a while, but please don't leave the Zoom meeting because there will be a presentation from our second speaker. And after that, we will discuss about the presentation in Q&A session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our second speaker is Mr. Yanuar Dwi Prastio, SPDI, MA, PhD. And presentation, let me read the curriculum vitae about the presenter. Well, Mr. Yanuar Dwi Prastio, SPDI, MA, PhD, born in Lampung, 51st January 1986. He is a lecturer at the Department of English, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Bandar Lampung University. He has studied Bachelor of English Education at Stain Tulung Agung and graduated in 2008. Master of TESOL at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, India, and graduated in 2012. and taking his doctoral instructor PhD in TESOL, University of Limerick, Ireland, from 2013 until 2017. He also active in professional and community organization. First, as team leader of the Task Force Review and Curriculum Development Bandar Lampung University 2023. He also a national coordinator of Independent Campus Ambassador, Directorate of Resources, Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic Indonesia, 2021 until 2023. He also a Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Bandar Lampung University. Member of Indonesian English Lecturer Association, a co-founder of International Scholarship Consultant or ISCO Lampung Indonesia in 2017, member and founder of the Indonesian Student Association in Ireland in 2015 until 2017. He also a vice president of Indonesian Students Association in Hyderabad, India in 2009 until 2010. Okay, now allow me to welcome the second speaker, Mr. Yanuar Dwi Prasetyo, SPDI MA PhD, to deliver his presentation. Mr. Yanuar, time is yours.
Baik, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let's thanks and pray to our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, because of His blessings and mercies, so we can gather in this occasion. It's a very great occasion in national seminars. So we can gather in this place without any obstacles. Salawat and salam may always be given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And for all Muslims, may we get his syafaat in Yaumul Akhir. The third, of course, the Honorable Rector Universitas Muhammadiyah Metro, Dr. Nyoto Suseno, and the Chief of English Education Study Program, Bapak Amiruddin Latif, and the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Metro, Bapak Arif Rahman Atibi, and also all the participants of these national seminars. In these presentations, I think I would like to share my presentation that is basically will touch similar things as Prof. Isi Yuliarsri has already presented to us today. And from Prof. Isi, I have noted two questions that we need to ask to ourselves. What English should we teach and what is the standard of English? In my presentation, I would like to share how is English becoming a global language, and my focus here is, will English still be a global language in the future, and will there any other language take this place as a global language? So I believe that most of us are now working as English lecturer, English teachers, or you are deploying yourself as an English student in many universities. So sometimes we are asking ourselves whether the future of our career is still there or not, because of the development of new languages, new political powers, new economic powers. There have been a lot of languages becoming the challengers of English as a global language. So by the end of this presentation, I hope that I will be able to answer whether the future trends of English, will English be the global language in the future, or will there any challenge from other languages that will take place English as a global language? In order to answer those questions, I would like to touch a little bit base about international and global language, which has already been discussed with Prof. Isi. And the next question is, what makes a global language, and why English is now regarded as a global language? And in the future, if there is any language to challenge the position of English as a global language, what are the characteristics of the future challenges? Now, let's define international language and global language. International language is a language which is used in any international communication which involves people from 2 or more countries. So in any international communication which involves more than 2 or more than 2 countries, any language can be international language. I would like to give you an example. Japanese is an international language because Japanese is often used by people who communicate with Japanese people, usually in the area in which Japanese people, tradition, political power, and or business are dominant. Let's take another example of Arabic. Arabic is an international language. It is not only used in the area in which Arab people are dominant, but it is also employed when people communicate with Arab in other places. However, those 2 languages is not a global language because when we talk to people outside of Japanese, without the presence of Japanese, and not talking about Japan, we are not using Japanese. It is different with English. I studied my English in India. And in India, I met many people from other different countries. We met people from Cambodia, from Vietnam, and many other countries. Even though we are not talking to English people, we are not talking about English, but we still use English. Therefore, English is a global language. As mentioned by Prof. Isi, English is the most widely spoken language in very different contexts in the world. English is not only used when people communicate with English speakers. English is used by people of different first languages. It is not only applied when people speak English to English people, but also used when people from different nations meet. A language achieves a genuine global status when it develops a spatial role that is recognized in every country. In other words, a language is a global language when it has a spatial role that is recognized in every country in the world. Now, the next question is, why English as a global language? Of course, to gain recognition from certain countries doesn't mean that the languages should be spoken as the first language by people in the country. The global language can be spoken as either first language, second language, or foreign language. The prominent character of a global language is that it is the most widely used language in communication in most places in the world. Then why English becomes the global language? Because people feel the need to master it for their life. English became a global language because people in other countries give a special credence to English. Even though they do not speak it as first language, special status can be given to English by other countries in the form of using English as a second language, like what Prof. Isi also mentioned. In Malaysia, in Singapore, they use English as a second language, or English as a foreign language, like in Indonesia. Of course, English as a global language has its first speakers, the nations that use English as a first language or mother tongue. However, as a second language, English is spoken by people in the country that are official language. As Prof. Isi also mentioned, English is used as a means of communication in various contexts such as government, law courts, media, and education system, like in India, Singapore, and Malaysia. As a foreign language, English doesn't have the official status, but is this the language in which most likely to be taught to children and learned by adults for various reasons, like in China, Russia, Brazil, and also India. According to Kachu, concentric circle of English, there are 3 circles of English. The first is the inner circles, in which people use the language as their first language, like in UK, USA, Canada, Ireland, and so on. The outer circles is the people who use English as their second language. However, later I will discuss from gradual model that these inner, outer, and expanding circles will move to another models in which those people from outer circles, they will move as inner circles. And from expanding circles, they will move to outer circles. The use of English as a first language, a second language, and foreign language is described in three concentric circles. The three circles, namely the inner, the outer, and the expanding circles, represent the native speakers of English, English as a second language, and English as a foreign language speakers, respectively. Now, the question is, what makes a global language and why English? Maybe some of you will think that English became a global language because of the number of its speakers, because English is used as the language of literatures in the past, and some other contexts, maybe grammatical easiness, number of vocabulary, and so on. Now, the question, what makes a global language? The answer, number of the speakers, intrinsic structure of language, number of vocabularies, literatures, culture, religion. Why language become a global language has little to do with the number of people who speak it. Because then Chinese, with a lot of number of speakers of Chinese, is not also a global language. So number is not the most prominent character of a global language. It is much more to do with who those people are, who speaks the language. There is closest links between language dominance and economic, technological, and also cultural power. A language does not become a global language because of intrinsic structural properties, or because of the size of its vocabulary, or because it has been a vehicle of a great literature in the past, or it was once associated with great culture or religion. So those factors are factors that can motivate someone to learn a language, of course, but none of those factors alone or in combination can answer a language's world spread. There is closest link between language dominance and economic, technological, and cultural power. Without strong power base of whatever kind, no language can make progress as an international medium of communication. So a political power, military power, economical power is important. However, it is not the only factors that decide whether a language becomes a global language or not. A language has traditionally become an international language for one chief reasons: the power of its people, especially political and military power. International language dominance is not solely the result of military power, however. It may take a military powerful nation to establish a language, but it takes an economically powerful one to maintain and expand it. So initially, military power is needed to be able to ensure the establishment of a global language. However, the economical power one will need to maintain and expand the domination of a language. David Crystal, in his book, English, a Global Language, explained the needs and the danger of a global language. Do we need a global language anyway? And is there any dangers of a global language? Next question, why do we need a global language? In any international communications where communication only happens between two nations, Indonesia and Singapore, for example, Indonesia and Thailand, Indonesia and Vietnam, we can use translator or interpreter to exchange the ideas, to translate the message that we are conveying. However, in international events in which the member of the meeting is more than 3 countries, interpretation and translation will not be possible anymore. The more a community is linguistically mixed, translation will no longer be the best solution. The solution is by finding a language to act as a lingua franca or common language, so people will be easily convey the message and other people in that meeting will be able easily to understand the message. The need for a lingua franca for the whole world emerged strongly only in the 20th century and since 1945. Before that, guys, ladies and gentlemen, the need for lingua franca is not really big enough. But since the emergence of United Nations, where nations all over the world come together to discuss any issues in one meeting, then the needs for lingua franca is becoming bigger and bigger. Nowadays, United Nations with more than 190 countries, if you need a translation for each language to be able to speak in one big meeting, then the cost will be not effective. And it will be very difficult to translate many languages at the same time. The pressure to adopt a single lingua franca to facilitate communication in such contexts is considerable. The multi-way translation facilities will be expensive, inapplicable. Now, the next question, what are the dangers of a global language? If we speak only one language, then what will happen with other language in the world? So the benefits which would flow from the existence of global language are considerable, but several commentators have pointed to possible risk. The first one, linguistic power. The question with global language, will those who speak a global language, in this case English, as a mother tongue, automatically be in the position of power compared with those who have to learn it as an official or foreign language? Let's say, if we would like to publish a paper in English, as an Indonesian writers or researchers, in addition to learn to write a paper according to the context of our field, we need also to learn English and to write a paper in standard English. And it will take a longer time for us as Indonesian researchers to then write in a good English. Meanwhile, those who have English as their first language, they have no problem with producing papers in English, in standard English, in a good English. So linguistic power, will those people who have a global language as their first language will in a position of power compared to those who have learned it as an official or foreign language? Linguistic contemplacy. Nowadays, we see in Indonesia that a lot of people from English-speaking countries, they do not really want to learn Indonesia when they would like to travel to Indonesia. They believe they contemplacy, mereka merasa puas with their English and expect that in any country in which they travel, those people in the country that they travel will be able to speak English. Will global language eliminate the motivation for adults to learn other languages? If there is only one English language in the world, then adults, people who want to travel, they will not bother to learn a local language. How beautiful Indonesian languages is, those people who speak English will not be able to learn Indonesian languages. The third, the danger of a global language is linguistic death. Will the emergence of a global language hasten the disappearance of minority languages and cause widespread language death? So those are the three differences, the dangers of a global language. In this case, is English. Now, will English be challenged by any languages in the world and takes English place as a global language taken place by this language? Paul Grothiax in 2002, in his paper, Predicting Challenges to English as a Global Language in the 21st Century, argues that the worldwide dominance of English in such that only catastrophic upheaval could seemingly threaten it in the near future. So for those who are learning English as English students, do not worry, guys. As Paul already mentioned in 2002, that English still be there, and it is still going to be a global language. In the longer term, an emerging power, like for example, China. Now we see how China has grown a lot in economic power, in political power, in military power, may come to challenge American supremacy and with it the dominant position of English. However, even in the event of such realignment, the language of the emerging power may not succeed in arresting the advantages of English already derived from critical mass. Previously, Prof. Isi also mentioned the big number of speakers of English. Then if any challenge, any new language will take place, English as a global language, the critical mass who have already mastered English as their first, second, or foreign language will prevent the changes in the global English. Now, the challenges are challengers to have a chance of a global spread. One, a challenger would need to possess structural characteristics, minimal inflectional morphology, non-tonal phonology, and non-logographical spread that would facilitate its acquisition by individuals with largely utilitarian motivations. A challenger would need to be subjected to minimal standardization and be allowed to the freedom to accommodate users-driven change, including indigenization. Third, a challenger would need to be perceived as a vehicle for modernizing values. While hypothetical challengers like Chinese, French, Spanish, Japanese, Russians, Arabic, and Esperanto all exhibit some of these characteristics. Only English exhibits all of them at present and for the foreseeable future. Now, the prediction for English as a global language, Paul believes that geopolitical factors such as military or economic power are not sufficient to explain, let alone predict, the relative strengths of languages of supranational communication. He believes that critical mass is crucial and goes a long way toward making the current position of English as a language of global communication seemingly inaccessible. If this position as a global language is to be challenged in the 21st century, the most likely source of that challenge is likely to result from the rise of China as the world power in economic, military, and political terms. While increased geopolitical power is a factor that may well favor China and hence Chinese language, in the not too distant future, the critical mass accrued to English may well prevent radical change in current power relation between world languages. Now, there will be possible changes in configuration of the speakers of English in the world. There will be a tendency that outer circles shift into inner circles and those in expanding circles move to the outer circles. Next, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a shift. Previously, as Prof. Isi also mentioned, what is standard English? Previously, we take native speakers as the standard of English. But in the future, native speakers of English as a model is not the trends anymore, because the trends will be changed into global English spoken with local accent, local style, and local meanings. Like nowadays, we have Singlish and Hinglish. I studied in India for 2 years, and sometimes it's quite difficult for us learning English with American and British style to understand what Hindi people, what Indian people are speaking with their English, because sometimes it's quite difficult to understand their English. Their pronunciation and accent is quite different. So I think in the future, there will be a trend that outer circles, those people who speak English as a second language, will move into the inner circles. In India, nowadays, there are many Indian people who think that English is their first language and their mother tongue because their parents have already learned English and at home they speak English as their first language. Hindi or other local languages in India is becoming their second language. So there is a shift in the trends. 3 concentric circles of the speakers of English suggested by Kachu that I shared with you the pictures will quite possible not apply anymore. Instead, there is 3 circles standing side by side as suggested by Gradol will be probably more suitable to describe the future of English and its speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, from this model, in the near future, it will be moved to this model in which 375 million L1 speakers of English and 375 million L2 speakers will move to inner circles, as well as the expanding circles will move to outer circles of English speaker. Roma in 2005 argues that in the future, English as an international or global language will stand side by side with local languages. So we have English as a global language, but we have also a local language which stands side by side with English. It entails the use of English, which is suited to the local taste, and the use of local languages for international communication in the region. For example, in addition to English, Chinese or Bahasa Indonesia may be used in Southeast Asia countries as a language used for international meetings or communication. The tendency arises from the awareness of people in the outer and expanding circles, in that they should maintain their own language while making use of English. Now, the conclusion. First, on the basis of the arguments presented in these discussions, it has argued that even geopolitical realignment on this scale will not be sufficient to displace English as the dominant language, global language in the 21st century. And English as a global language will stand side by side with local languages. So guys, ladies and gentlemen, do not too worry about your future because you have devoted yourself to learn English. And in the future, I do believe, please continue your innovations in language teaching and learning process, in language teaching and learning methodology, technology, media, and be innovative in that area of your career. Continue your innovation related to English teaching and learning methodology, technology, media assessment. As from the theory that I have already discussed, the position of English as a global language will not be replaced in the near future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Yanuar Dwi Prasetyo for a very interesting presentations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the question and answer session. And for the audience, if you have any question, you can chat through the chat box. Boleh unmute? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Arif Bulan, do you have any question?
Yes, thank you very much for the moderator. My name is Arif Bulan. I am from STKIP Yapis Dompu in West Nusa Tenggara. Thank you very much for the nice presentation and nice material from Professor Isi and Dr. Yanuar Dwi Prasetyo. I would like to address my question to all of you speakers.
First, for Professor Isi, I would like to ask about the next or the new trends of the topic of the research of English based on your presentation. And for Dr. Yanwar, my question is, do accent is or can be said as a English standard? Yes, accent as an English standard. Thank you very much.
Okay, for Professor EC, you can answer the question from Mr. Arif.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Arif Bulan, for the question. Let me repeat your question. Are you asking what the next topic of research, or the trend for the future topic of research in general, or is it my personal research, or the topic of research by people in general? Would you confirm, Pak Arif?
Mr. Arif?
We cannot hear your voice. Yeah, I believe that in the future research of English education, there will be a lot of research on the use of AI because now it's a trend, yeah, that people use AI, and there is a controversy with the use of AI for learning. Some people are scared of the negative impact of AI because there is a tendency for bad students or dishonest students to cheat. But some people also believe that AI is there is nothing to worry about AI because it can be used as a helping tool, but not necessarily used as a cheating tool. It depends on how the teacher give assignment to the teachers. I remember I met someone who is very good at IT, and we talked in Jakarta about it. And he said, there is nothing to worry too much about it, Bu Isi. The worry is the same as when Google Translate first appeared. People were scared about the effect of Google Translate to the students, translation class and translation assignment. But it turns out that Google Translate is okay. I mean, it helps. It can be used as a helping tools, and we don't need to worry about the job of translators will be gone. Yeah, I believe that with the modernization now, with the advanced technology now, like Google Translate, people maybe do not need that much dependence on human translator because he can use this machine translator to help. But what the Google Translate does sometimes still need to be edited because this is machine, not human. Sometimes it's not, and machine is not sensitive of context. Human translator is sensitive of context. To translate properly, you need the context, the proper context to have proper result of translation. So I would imagine that this also happens with AI. AI will help students, for example, in composing essay, will help the students to guide like the honest students. I'm talking about the honest students, to guide the students in outlining what he's going to write. But then by reading literature and then writing appropriately, then he can have a very nice composition or a very nice essay, which is well structured. Then if he's just writing from scratch without any help of AI, that's in my personal opinion. If we use AI, honestly, not as a cheating tool, like you just copy paste what AI gives. But well, of course, as teacher educators, I also experience this. Yeah, for example, I asked in my class, in my critical speech class, I asked students to give speech on what they would do if they were candidate of Indonesian president, of candidate of Minister of Education, and then I saw that two students from two separate classes had similar speech with similar dictions. So I confronted the second student. I said, "Did you use ChatGPT to compose or to draft your speech?" And then she confessed that she did. So there is a weakness with this AI, because the language, the choice of words, and then the thought in the text that it produces, it would be similar if students did. So students can get caught. Yeah. And when I talk with this IT person about how we lecturers, what we should do to avoid or to control this tendency of cheating using this AI. And then he said, okay, let's try, Bu Isi. Let's ask ChatGPT to compose something. Okay, think about something. And then I say, okay. And then I say, for example, create an essay about this. And then, it looks good. Okay, you see, it looks good because you didn't give control of specificity. So we have to be very specific of what we request. For example, if we just want to ask the students to write an essay about, for example, the students' tendency of cheating, for example, then there will be a very good essay because it's general. But if we say the students' tendency of cheating in class in the junior high school of Kabupaten Bandar Lampung or Bandar Lampung City, if it is made specific, ChatGPT might not be able to create it for you. Because maybe the very specific data are not available. So the teacher should have the ability to counter, to anticipate, students cheating by framing the assessment or the assignment in such a way that students may not cheat. For example, during the pandemics, it's very hard for me to give translation assignment to students in S1, undergraduate students, because undergraduate translation class is for them to practice translating. How can I be sure that students not cheat with Google Translate because it's pandemic, it's long distance? I ask students, for example, use the screen recorder, but they can still use the other gadget, to cheat, right? So then instead of asking them just to translate a text, I ask them to analyze the text. I give them the Google Translate. I said, this is the original text, this is the Google Translate. And I pick the very difficult text so that Google Translate it bad. So how would you change this translation to make a better version of translation? Or I ask them to analyze what translation techniques are used by this machine translation, or I ask them to analyze what manipulations are used. If you had to manipulate the text, how would you manipulate the text? So instead of just ask them to translate, which they can do, copy paste from Google Translate, I gave them like the HOTS, the high order thinking skill items for analysis and then for recreation in their own words. So I think, yeah, there is a potential that AI will, for some students who like to cheat, this could be a bad thing, but for honest students, it could be a good thing. So I think for the future, there will be a lot of research on AI in my prediction. Did I answer your question, Pak Arif? Okay. Well, I guess I get it back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Isi. Now the second question is for Mr. Yanuar.
Yeah.
Mr. Yanuar, are you ready to answer the question?
Thank you very much, Pak Arif, for the questions. First of all, I would like to agree with Prof. Isi, the area of focus of the research in the futures. I believe that the trends of research in the future will focus on the integration or not integrating technology, especially AI, in language teaching and learning process. I think I will agree on that. And the second question is related to can accent be an English standard? It has been already explained by Prof. Isi as well. What is standard English? And as in the futures, in the past few years, we have known world Englishes. Now, what is standard English? Do we use British English as a standard, American English as a standard, or Hindi English or Singaporean English as a standard? So I think the English use in the future is focused on the communicative competence. As long as people can use English for their communication understandably with other people, I think there is not really a strict to standard English. You have to master British English, you have to master Australian English or English or Singlish or any kind of English. But as long as you can use English for communicating your message, for delivering the thoughts or ideas with other people, I think accent has no problem with that. That is my answer, Pak Arif. Thank you, Pak Moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yanuar. And there are some questions here. The first question is for Professor Isi from Mr. Bambang Eko Siagianto. While structural irregularities as they are expressed by OBASI is a fact, but it probably makes learners feel that English is difficult. Would you please share your best practice in teaching English, which makes students realize those structural irregularities, but they still eager to learn English and feel sure that they can pass through the irregularities? Thank you.
All right, this is a question of motivation. How would we motivate our students with the difficulties that exist in English language, and how could we still motivate the students to learn it? I will give you an illustration. Once I had to teach Bahasa Indonesia to some expatriates. I know that, Indonesian suffixes are very difficult. Jalan, menjalankan, berjalan, diperjalankan, menjalani. It's difficult for foreigners, right? So the first time I taught my students, the expatriates, Indonesian, I said, Indonesian is easy. unlike English, I said, because English spelling and sounds is very inconsistent, right? Unlike English, where with the very inconsistent spelling, Indonesian is very easy because the spelling and the sound is exactly the same everywhere, consistently. And then I give example. And also I said, what about structure? Indonesian structure is easy, unlike English. And then I give them a lot of examples about tenses. And also I gave them examples about the conditional clauses. And then because they were engineers, not linguists or English teachers or language teachers, they said, oh, Bu Isi, how do you know so much about our grammar? We speak the language, but we are not aware of the grammar. We don't know conditional clause type 1, type 2, type 3. And I only know right now the rules for conditional clause type 1, type 2, type 3. So, not all native speakers are, aware of their grammar. The same thing here, when we teach our student English, we can motivate the students by saying that, well, even native speakers, they are not aware of their grammar, but because they have the privilege of being born in an English-speaking country, they can speak English very fluently. But if you learn English, don't get scared of grammar, because don't get scared of the irregularities, because it will come with practice. You will master the language gradually by practicing, because language should be practiced, not just learned. So mastering the language is not the same as knowing about the language. So I think the best thing is to motivate them to just practice. First practice, of course, they make a lot of mistakes. But then if they practice continuously, they make encounters with people from around the world, from, using this modern technology like video call or WhatsApp, whatever, and they can, or Zoom, they can practice their language. And by practicing, they, first they make mistakes. After some times, they will be aware of their mistakes. So they make mistakes and then correct themselves. So after making mistakes, the next stage would be making self-correction of their mistakes. And then later, they will have automatic mastery of the grammar and things, the language. They will be automatically correct after they experience some self-correction stages. So you should tell them that learning a language needs some stages. They have to pass some stages, and they have to be patient. And you also can motivate the students that when talking to a native English speaker, usually native English speakers are very understanding of us being a foreign user of their language. So they can accept our mistakes. They can understand. They will try to get what we say, to understand what we say. So I think we don't need to worry about people will bully us because of our mistake. But from my international experience, people appreciate that you try to speak their language. I think that's the way you motivate your students to just say, to just practice, and not worry too much about making mistakes. I think that's all I can answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Isi. Okay, there are some questions for Dr. Yanuar from the same person, Mr. Bambang Eko Siagianto. The first question is, the trend in the future is that the expanding circle will move to outer circle. Means that Indonesia, which is one of the expanding circle member, will move to outer circle, at least, but would it be because here we are lack of many supporting factors to go there, such as model, opportunity, and exposure. So in your past knowledge, how is the prospect of our beloved country to go to outer circle? And the second question, the global language also has dangers, according to Crystal, as you could. As the English teachers, do you believe in these dangers? If so, what for then we still teaching English? If not, how is your strategy to anticipate these dangers? Thank you. And now for Mr. Yanuar, you can answer them.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pak Bambang, my colleagues previously in Universitas Bandar Lampung as well. Thank you very much. It's nice to meet you again, Pak Bambang, after so long. Thank you for the questions. First, regarding the circles of English, inner, outer, and expanding. As Indonesia belongs to expanding circles, will it be possible for our nations to move to outer circles in the near future? As you also mentioned, with the lack of facilities, with the exposures, with the models, and so on. In my opinion, Pak Bambang, maybe you have also different opinion. When we use English as an official language or administrative language in Indonesia, I think it still needs more time for our nations to move to outer circles in which we use English as an administrative or official language in Indonesia. But however, for some, if we talk about some individuals, in which in Indonesia, we have seen most of the popular people in Indonesia, they teach English to their youngsters, their children. Even some of the actors or actors' children, they do not really use Bahasa Indonesia. We see Gading Martin, for example, his daughter speaks English very fluently. So I believe for nations to be outer circles, move from expanding circle to outer circles, we still need more time. But for some individuals in Indonesia, as long as they have access, they have the facilities to move to not only outer circles, but also maybe they can move also as an inner circles as they learn English as younger phrase as possible in their life. I think that is my answer for your question. And the second, do I believe in the dangers of global language? Like I mentioned, at least there are three dangers of a global language: language death, language. Just wait, let me see the notes: linguistic power, linguistic contemplancy, and linguistic death. Yes, I think it will be possible that global language will create those dangers. In this case, like nowadays, where all the possible publication should be written in English language, I think those people who have English as their first language, they will have the benefits of using English as their language. As Pak Bambang, nowadays I'm a co-supervisor for PhD students in University of Limerick in Ireland. And in communicating with them using English, I feel that I need an extra work for conveying my suggestions, my ideas in guiding our students in writing the paper in English. But those who have English as their my counterparts, supervisors who have English as their first language, they do not have to work hard to think about how to convey message in English. So I believe in the danger of global language. And how can we prevent the danger of global language? As we have in Indonesia, the terminology kuasai bahasa asing, cintai bahasa Indonesia, dan jaga bahasa daerah. I think with these three words, we can teach to our students to master the international or global language, but also use Bahasa Indonesia as our national language, and also preserve the local language, in which my own language is Bahasa Jawa, and my children doesn't really speak Bahasa Jawa, even though my wife is Lampungese, but my children doesn't really speak Lampung. So I think we need to stick to this. Kuasai bahasa asing, cintai bahasa Indonesia, and jaga bahasa daerah. I think that is my answer, Pak Bambang. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Yanuar for answering the question. There is still a question for Professor Isi from Leo Messi. Well, as you see it in the presentation, English is important to learn to achieve success, but could also cause the learner to lose the culture or the identity in the process. So the question is how to spread the awareness of how important English is, because I think it is our responsibility as English learner, but can be quite challenging, especially to us that come from village, and how to prevent losing our identity in process of learning English. Thank you. For Professor.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Mas Leo. Yeah, I think there is always a fear of losing our cultural identity when we mingle with people from other culture, because people say that every one of us has some degree of ethnocentrism. So some degree, some people might have a high degree of ethnocentrism, but some might have only very little ethnocentrism. But of course, as Pak Yanuar said before, we should be proud of our local language and our Indonesian language, and especially because our Bahasa Indonesia is the official language in our country, and we cannot survive without using Bahasa Indonesia. And we can still survive very well without the ability of speaking English in Indonesia, right? So, well, the challenge is higher here in the context of EFL like Indonesia, because there is no urgency of using English for survival. We can survive without mastering English, right? So that's why still there are some people who are not highly motivated to learn English. And especially people in the rural areas, they have less access to English learning if they have less access to the internet, for example. They have less exposure to international exposure in English through the internet if they don't have signal, if they don't have access to internet signal, for example. So you are asking about our responsibility as English teachers, the challenge of motivating them to learn English while not worrying too much about losing cultural identity. So that's what I said before. If you are in the position of a teacher or English teacher, then you will have to make sure that the materials of teaching is not just authentic materials which contains only the Western culture or the culture of English-speaking people, but we should also provide, in balance, local culture content that are written or spoken in the appropriate English. I think that would be the balance, for the authentic material. And how do we prevent losing from losing our cultural identity? I think by loving your nation, loving your culture, you will not need to worry about losing your identity, because you can still carry your cultural identity while you are speaking English fluently and appropriately. I think that's what Jacobson said, that on one side, English is as a medium of you expressing your culture and presenting your culture in a wider circle, in a wider community internationally. So that's it. So by, being aware of your culture yourself, by loving your culture, I think you will be able to avoid losing your cultural identity. I think that's what I can say to answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Isi, for answering the question. Well, is there another question for the audience? Do you have any question? Got it? Got it. Okay, if there is no question, so thank you very much for Professor Isi and Mr. Yanuar for answering all the questions. And ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this seminar. And before I close the seminar, I would like to take the conclusion from what the speaker has presented. Well, from the presentation, it can be concluded that we will face up a lot of challenges since English being a global language. However, English as an international language will stand side by side with local language. So we have to know that learning English is important for international communication despite the existing linguistics and cultural challenges, including the loss of identity of our culture. Okay, I would like to thank the speaker for the informative and a very interesting presentation and all the participants for a very active participation. Finally, give applause for the speakers and for you all. Okay, thank you very much for joining our seminar today. I am Raihan Pambudi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya siapa, Ustaz? Ini presenternya gimana? Profesor Isi sama ini gimana? Prof ini yang 200 itu mau dibolehkan menggunakan semua. Okay, for the presenter, for Professor Isi and Mr. Anwar, you may leave this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. Isi.
Okay, I'm sorry. There is a next seminar session at 1 p.m. Start at 1 p.m. For the audience, you may leave the Zoom, but you can enter the Zoom again at 1 p.m. Sorry.
तुझ में खोया रहूं मैं, मुझ में खोई रहे तू, खुद को ढूंढ लेंगे फिर कभी। तुझसे मिलता रहूं मैं, मुझसे मिलती रहे तू, खुद से हम मिलेंगे फिर कभी, हाँ फिर कभी। क्यों बेवजह गुनगुनाए, क्यों बेवजह मुस्कुराए, पलकें चमकने लगी है, अब ख्वाब कैसे छुपाए। बहकी सी बातें कर ले, हंस हंस के आंखें भर ले, ये बेहोशियां फिर कहाँ। तुझ में खोया रहूं मैं, मुझ में खोई रहे तू, खुद को ढूंढ लेंगे फिर कभी। तुझसे मिलता रहूं मैं, मुझसे मिलती रहे तू, खुद से हम मिलेंगे फिर कभी, हाँ फिर कभी। दिल पे तरस आ रहा है, पागल कहीं हो न जाए, वो भी मैं सुनने लगा हूँ, जो तुम कभी कह न पाए। ये सुबह फिर आएगी, ये शामें फिर आएंगी, ये नजदीकियां फिर कहाँ। तुझ में खोया रहूं मैं, मुझ में खोई रहे तू, खुद को ढूंढ लेंगे फिर कभी। तुझसे मिलता रहूं मैं, मुझसे मिलती रहे तू, खुद से हम मिलेंगे फिर कभी, हाँ फिर कभी, फिर कभी। मुझको इतना बताए कोई, कैसे तुझसे दिल ना लगाए कोई। रब्बा ने तुझको बनाने में कर दी है हुस्न की खाली तिजोरियां, काजल की सियाही से लिखी है तूने जाने कितनों की लव स्टोरियां। केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया, रंग जाऊं जो मैं हाथ लगाऊं, दिन बीते सारा तेरी फिक्र में, रैन सारी तेरी खैर मनाऊं।
शिवा, ईशा का मतलब जानते हो तुम? पार्वती। अब शिवा का साथ पार्वती नहीं देगी तो कौन देगा?
पतझड़ के मौसम में भी रंगी चनारों जैसी झनके सन्नाटों में, तू वीणा के तारों जैसी। सदियों से भी लंबी ये मन की अमावस्या है, और तू फुलझड़ियों वाले त्योहारों जैसी। चंदा भी दीवार केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया, रंग जाऊं जो मैं हाथ लगाऊं, दिन बीते सारा तेरी फिक्र में, रैन सारी तेरी खैर बनाऊं।
Selalu luangkan waktu untuk dirimu.
ये लम्हा जो ठहरा है मेरा है, ये तेरा है, ये लम्हा मैं जी लूं जरा, तुझ में खोया रहूं मैं, मुझ में खोई रहे तू, खुद को ढूंढ लेंगे फिर कभी, तुझसे मिलता रहूं मैं, मुझसे मिलती रहे तू, खुद से हम मिलेंगे फिर कभी, हाँ फिर कभी। क्यों बेवजह गुनगुनाए, क्यों बेवजह मुस्कुराए, पलकें चमकने लगी है, अब ख्वाब कैसे छुपाए, बहकी सी बातें कर ले, हंस हंस के आंखें भर ले, ये बेहोशियां फिर कहाँ, तुझ में खोया रहूं मैं, मुझ में खोई रहे तू, खुद को ढूंढ लेंगे फिर कभी, तुझसे मिलता रहूं मैं, मुझसे मिलती रहे तू, खुद से हम मिलेंगे फिर कभी, हाँ फिर कभी। दिल पे तरस आ रहा है, पागल कहीं हो न जाए, वो भी मैं सुनने लगा हूँ, जो तुम कभी कह न पाए, ये सुबह फिर आएगी, ये शामें फिर आएंगी, ये नजदीकियां फिर कहाँ, तुझ में खोया रहूं मैं, मुझ में खोई रहे तू, खुद को ढूंढ लेंगे फिर कभी, तुझसे मिलता रहूं मैं, मुझसे मिलती रहे तू, खुद से हम मिलेंगे फिर कभी, हाँ फिर कभी, फिर कभी। तैनू इतना मैं प्यार करां, एक पल विच सा बार करां, तू जा छड़ के मौत दा इंतजार करां कि तेरे लिए दुनिया छोड़ दी है, तुझ पे ही सांस आके रुके। मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके। तेरे लिए दुनिया छोड़ दी है, तुझ पे ही सांस आके रुके। मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके। कुछ भी नहीं है ये जान, तू है तो है इसमें जिंदगी। अब मुझको जाना है कहाँ के तू ही सफर है आखिरी।
कि तेरे बिना जीना मुमकिन नहीं, ना देना कभी मुझको तू फासले। मैं तुझको कितना चाहती हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके।
तेरे लिए दुनिया छोड़ दी है, तुझ पे ही सांस आके रुके। मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके।
आँखों की है ये ख्वाहिशें कि चेहरे से तेरे ना हटे। नींदों में मेरी बस तेरे ख्वाबों ने ली है करवटें।
कि तेरी और मुझको लेके चले ये दुनिया भर के सब रास्ते। मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके। तेरे लिए दुनिया छोड़ दी है, तुझ पे ही सांस आके रुके। मैं तुझको कितना चाहता हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके। दिल मांग रहा है मोहलत तेरे साथ धड़कने की, तेरे नाम से जीने की, तेरे नाम से मरने की। दिल मांग रहा है मोहलत तेरे साथ धड़कने की, तेरे नाम से जीने की, तेरे नाम से मरने की। तेरे संग चलूं हरदम बन करके परछाई, एक बार इजाजत दे मुझे तुझ में ढलने की। देखा है जब से तुमको मैंने ये जाना है, मेरे ख्वाहिश के शहर में बस तेरा ठिकाना है। मैं भूल गया खुद को भी, बस याद रहा अब तू। आ तेरी हथेली पे इस दिल को मैं रख दूं। दिल बोल रहा है हसरत हर हद से गुजरने की, तेरे नाम से जीने की, तेरे नाम से मरने की। दिल मांग रहा है मोहलत तेरे साथ धड़कने की, तेरे नाम से जीने की, तेरे नाम से मरने की। तेरे संग चलूं हरदम बन करके परछाई, एक बार इजाजत दे मुझे तुझ में ढलने की।
Kami memilih layanan Yoga Oster gara-gara kita dari awal registrasi sampai
टकरा चुके हैं हमसे मुसाफिर यूं तो कई।
तो हमने तो पंडित जी को बता दिया है कि पूरे हफ्ते का भाड़ा तय हो गया। वैसे आप इतनी रियायत क्यों देते हैं?
दिल ना लगाया हमने किसी से, किस्से सुने यूं तो
कहते हैं कि ठंडे ठंडे पानी से सुबह स्नान करो ना तो दिमाग तेज हो जाता है। कोशिश की है कभी?
ऐसे तुम मिले हो, ऐसे तुम मिले हो, जैसे मिल रही हो इत्र से हवा। काफिराना सा है इश्क है या क्या है?
फेसबुक पे हो?
ऐसे तुम मिले हो, ऐसे तुम मिले हो, जैसे मिल रही हो इत्र से हवा। काफिराना।
शर्म नहीं आती तुम्हें? वैसे कोई लड़की जो देख रही है ये नहीं कि पलट कर देख ले वापस। सर में चू की तरह फोन में घुस रही है बस। जैसे मिल रहा हो कोई जायका। काफिराना सा है इश्क है या क्या है? ऐसे तुम मिले हो, ऐसे तुम मिले हो, जैसे मिल रही हो।
काफिराना सा है, इश्क है क्या है। जरिए तुम्हारे दर पे खुदा के मत्था भी हम टेकते हैं, सबकी निगाहें उस पे टिकी है, पर हम तुम्हें देखते हैं। तुम सिखा रहे हो, तुम सिखा रहे हो जिस्म को हमारे रूहदारियां। काफिराना सा है, इश्क है या क्या है। ऐसे तुम मिले हो, ऐसे तुम मिले हो, जैसे मिल रही हो इत्र से हवा। काफिराना सा है, इश्क है या क्या है।
गोदी में पहाड़ियों की उजली तो पहरे गुजारना, हाय हाय तेरे साथ में अच्छा लगे। गोदी में पहाड़ियों की उजली तो पहरे गुजारना, हाय हाय तेरे साथ में अच्छा लगे। शर्मीली अखियों से तेरा मेरी नजरें उतारना, हाय हाय हर बात
तो
पे
स्वीटहार्ट निकले,
अच्छा लगे। ढली हुई शाम ने बताया है कि दूर मंजिल पे रात है, मुझको तसल्ली है ये कि होने तलक रात हम दोनों साथ है। संग चल रहे हैं, संग चल रहे हैं, धूप के किनारे छाँव की तरह।
काफिराना सा है, इश्क है या क्या है। काफिराना सा है, इश्क है या क्या है। तू नज्म नज्म सा मेरे होठों पे ठहर जा, मैं ख्वाब ख्वाब सा तेरी आंखों में जागूं रे। तू इश्क इश्क सा मेरे रूह में आके बस जा, जिस ओर तेरी शहनाई उस ओर मैं भागूं रे। हाथ थाम ले पिया, करते हैं वादा, अब से तू आरज़ू तू ही है इरादा। मेरा नाम ले पिया, मैं तेरी रुबाई, तेरे ही तो पीछे पीछे बरसात आई, बरसात आई, तू इत्र इत्र सा मेरे सांसों में बिखर जा, मैं फकीर तेरे कुर्बत का, तुझसे तू मांगू दे, तू इश्क इश्क सा मेरे रूह में आके बस जा, जिस ओर तेरी शहनाई उस ओर मैं भागूं रे। मेरे दिल के लिफाफे में तेरा खत है जानिया, तेरा खत है जानिया, ना चीज ने कैसे पाली किस्मत ये जानिया वे, वो मेरे दिल के लिफाफे में तेरा खत है जानिया, तेरा खत है जानिया, ना चीज ने कैसे पाली जन्नत ये जानिया वे, तू नज्म नज्म सा मेरे होठों पे ठहर जा, तू नज्म नज्म सा मेरे होठों पे ठहर जा, मैं ख्वाब ख्वाब सा तेरी आंखों में जागूं रे, तू इश्क इश्क सा मेरे रूह में आके बस जा, जिस ओर तेरी शहनाई उस ओर मैं भागूं रे। तू नज्म नज्म सा मेरे होठों पे ठहर जा, मैं ख्वाब ख्वाब सा तेरी आंखों में जागूं रे। ख्वाब है तू, नींद हूँ मैं, दोनों मिले रात बने, रोज यही मांगू दुआ, तेरी मेरी बात बने, बात बने। मैं रंग शरबतों का, तू मीठे घाट का पानी, मैं रंग शरबतों का, तू मीठे घाट का पानी, मुझे खुद में घोल दे तो मेरे यार बात बन जानी। रंग शरबतों का, तू मीठे घाट का पानी, मैं रंग शरबतों का, तू मीठे घाट का पानी, मुझे खुद में घोल दे तो मेरे यार बात बन जानी। रंग शरबतों का, तू मीठे घाट का पानी, मैं रंग शरबतों का, तू मीठे घाट का पानी। नींदों के धागे से बांधा है ख्वाबों को तेरे, मैं ना जहाँ चाहूँ ना आसमां चाहूँ, आजा हिस्से में तू मेरे। तू ढंग चाहतों का, मैं जैसे कोई नादानी, तू ढंग चाहतों का, मैं जैसे कोई नादानी, मुझे खुद से जोड़ ले तो मेरे यार बात बन जानी। रंग शरबतों का, तू मीठे घाट का पानी, मैं रंग शरबतों का, तू मीठे घाट का पानी मुझे खुद में घोल दे तो मेरे यार बात बन जानी रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी देखा है तूने जो जाना है हूँ भी नहीं भी हूँ मैं वो चाहोगे तुम जैसा हो जाऊंगा वैसे चाहो तो वादा ये ले लो तुम एक मुसाफिर हो मैं कोई राह अनजानी तुम एक मुसाफिर हो मैं कोई राह अनजानी मन चाह मोड़ दे तो मेरे यार बात बन जानी रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी मैं रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी मुझे खुद में घोल दे तो मेरे यार बात बन जानी रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी दिल का दरिया बह ही गया इश्क इबादत बन ही गया खुद को मुझे तू सौंप दे मेरी जरूरत तू बन गया बात दिल की नजरों ने की सच कह रहा तेरी कसम तेरे बिन अब न लेंगे एक भी दम तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम तेरे बिन अब न लेंगे एक भी दम तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम तेरे साथ हो जाएंगे खत्म तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम इस जगह गई चाहते अब मेरी छीन लूंगा तुम्हें सारी दुनिया से ही तेरे इश्क पे हाँ हक मेरा ही तो है कह दिया है ये मैंने मेरे रब से भी जिस रास्ते तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम तेरे साथ हो जाएंगे खत्म तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम तुझे कितना चाहने लगे हम
YouTube Premium adalah YouTube bebas iklan. Dan akses eksklusif ke semua konten VIP. Kamu pun bisa nikmati sepuasnya dari sofa. YouTube Premium lebih dari sekedar bebas iklan. Coba 1 bulan gratis.
सुन मेरे हमसफर क्या तुझे इतनी सी भी खबर सुन मेरे हमसफर क्या तुझे इतनी सी भी खबर कि तेरी सांसें चलती जिधर रहूंगा बस वहीं उम्र भर रहूंगा बस वहीं उम्र भर है जितनी हंसी मुलाकातें हैं उनसे भी प्यारी तेरी बातें हैं बातों में तेरी जो खो जाते हैं आऊं ना होश में मैं कभी बाहों में है तेरी जिंदगी है सुन मेरे हमसफर क्या तुझे इतनी सी भी खबर मैं तो यूं खड़ा किस सोच में पड़ा था कैसे जी रहा था मैं दीवाना छुप के से आके तूने दिल में समा के तूने छेड़ दिया कैसा ये फसाना ओ मुस्कुराना भी तुझी से सीखा है दिल लगाने का तू ही तरीका है एतबार भी तुझी से होता है आऊं ना होश में मैं कभी बाहों में है तेरी जिंदगी है नहीं था पता कि तुझे मान लूंगा खुदा कि तेरी गलियों में इस कदर आऊंगा हर
Cek.
Tapi ini isinya kelas kita semua orang ini semua.
Oh, langsung. Oke, diumumkan kepada participants yang ingin memasuki dan melihat jalannya kegiatan seminar bisa memasuki breakout room yang telah tersedia.